Good morning. If someone's speaking, I can't hear any.
Hello, Julie. We're here.
Okay, great. I didn't know if someone was speaking.
It starts at 11 a.m.
Hello, Sarah. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Okay. Do we begin, please?
Yes, we can begin, Obey.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to ABC 2023 Cyber Hub launch and media party. My name is Fobehi Amadine, and I'll be taking the housekeeping rules. Please mute your microphone to help keep the background noise to a minimum. Make sure you mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Be mindful of background noise. Position your camera properly when speaking. Questions should be typed into the chat box to limit distractions. Thank you all. I'll now hand over to Sarah Obolupo.
Thank you very much, Obey. And thank you, everyone. And welcome to the ABC Cyber Hub launch and media party. We say a big welcome to our speakers, and we would kickstart now. So the first speaker that is taking the opening remarks would be the CEO of the American Business Council, Ms. Margaret Olele. She's currently the Chief Executive Officer and Executive Secretary of the American Business Council. Prior to this role, she was the Corporate Affairs Director for Pfizer in West, East, and Southern African markets, responsible for public affairs and communication engagements. And for 3 years, led the access, key accounts, tenders, and institution business in addition to the corporate affairs role. She has 30 years experience engaging governments in Africa on behalf of private sector and 25 years leadership experience in the food and pharma industry, traversing government affairs, business development, regulatory communication, quality management system, auditing across sub-Saharan Africa. She has an MBA a BA in English, that's a Bachelor of Arts in English and Literature, a Master of Arts in English, and an MSc in Mass Communication, specializing in public relations and advertising. She's an adjunct faculty teaching brand strategy and communication at the Graduate School of Media and Communication. Please join me as I welcome Ms. Margaret Olele to take our opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. I'm still trying to get used to having the formalized way of announcing me with a profile, but that's fine. So it's a great pleasure to have this event. In fact, this is one event I'd been really dreaming about since the last 3 years when we started the cybersecurity conference and hackathon with a mind to eventually have a hub. And so today we are happy that we're going to be formally launching the hub and speaking with media about why this is super important. You know, at the forefront of our discussion regarding this issue is the present reality that the continent itself, and not just Nigeria, is becoming increasingly susceptible to issues around cyber threats. So, you know, obviously this underscores the need for us to provide accessible and affordable solutions that would safeguard critical infrastructure for the country, but also for a lot of people who may not be able to have access. Typically, those who we need to include in terms of their inabilities to, talking about people who are physically challenged as well. So you can imagine that this is a major issue, not to mention for those who work within that space. So there are long-term things we need to look at, things around education, training, research, and even policy development in investing in this space as well. And so we're happy to partner with Commercio. This, putting this cyber hub forward, working with great partners like the lead hub of the University of Lagos. Our objectives today are clear, and the first is for us to foster awareness and advocacy, to facilitate government investment and private sector investment as well, and to look at how we can increase access and affordability, understanding, and provide solutions through creating a talent pool that can fit into the gap, that increasing gap that we have and we're seeing today, and partnering with key stakeholders in this way, being able to work with organizations like the Nigerian Export Talent Promotion Commission that set up recently by the Ministry of Trade and Investment, and a couple of other stakeholders like the Office of the National Security Advisor. I'm happy that we have Julie, who is the U.S. Commercial Service Counselor here, and a host of others. So I wouldn't want to bore you with my long talk, because I'm very excited that we need to move forward. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Ms. Margaret. Without further ado, I will just transfer to the U.S. Commercial Service Counselor. She is Ms. Julie LeBlanc, which currently serves as a Senior Commercial Officer and Commercial Counselor for Nigeria, based out of the U.S. Consulate in Lagos. She manages a team of commercial specialists providing advisory services, market intelligence, and commercial advocacy to U.S. companies interested in doing business in Nigeria. Previously, she was the Principal Commercial Officer in Jeddah, Saudi Arabia, leading a team of commercial specialists to drive Saudi foreign direct investment into the U.S. and bring U.S. companies to the western region of Saudi Arabia, focusing on multi-billion-dollar infrastructure giga projects. She served as the Senior Commercial Officer to the African Development Bank, AFDB, in Abidjan, Cote d'Ivoire for 5 years. Ms. LeBlanc has an MA in Francophone Studies from New York University and a BA from Drew University, where she studied for 2 years in France. Please join me as I welcome Ms. Julie LeBlanc. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And good morning to everyone. It's a pleasure and an honor to be with you this morning, representing the U.S. Department of Commerce, which you probably know better as our Ministry of Trade, and the U.S. Consulate. I want to give a first thank you to our organizers this morning, the American Business Council, their partners, alongside with Cisco, NITDA, the NIT Hub, Unilag, and Commercio. This is really a phenomenal event. And as Margaret alluded to, 3 years of work, which has built up today in launching a cyber hub. And we could not be more proud and more excited for this. I think that it was just explained what we do, but for those that don't know, the U.S. Commercial Service here in Nigeria brings U.S. companies to this market, and we also bring Nigerian investors back to the United States. So for us, commercial relationships are everything, and we're here to seek and make sure that we're just doing more of those every day. The tech sector is incredibly important, and it's really an area where we are very positive on the potential of this market. It plays a pivotal role in where the country is going. And obviously, we can't do that if the tech sector is not safe. And so cybersecurity plays a very important part in
Barry, please, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but I couldn't hear Julie. She froze. Hello, Sarah.
Hello.
My apologies. I think we're having a little bit of technical difficulties from the US commercial service side. So we are going to move to the next item of the agenda. Yes, which is a preview of the hackathon videos that we have shared earlier on. The ABC 2023 Cyber Hackathon that happened on the 31st of October. So we would share shortly some video clips of that.
Welcome to this exciting hackathon.
And let the 2023 ABC Cyber Hackathon begin.
I urge all the tech developers that are here today to participate in this hackathon. Do your absolute best. Learn more. We are hoping to build a community of individuals like you in this room that can do that that speaks to the issue around Italian export that we have.
Thank you very much for the active video clip of the hackathon. Next on the agenda will be Dr. Olufemi Adeluyi to announce the winners officially of the hackathon and their prizes. Dr. Femi Adeluyi is the national coordinator of the federal government's new initiative called the National Talent Export Program. He was the former Senior Technical Assistant, R&D, to the Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Nigeria, and played a leading role in the policies and initiatives of the Federal Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy from August 2019 to May 2023. Olufemi has a professional certificate in machine learning and artificial intelligence from Massachusetts Institute of Technology, MIT, and currently carries out some AI for healthcare research with MIT faculty. He was appointed as the 2021/2022 lead expert in Communication and Information Commission for the National Commission for UNESCO, Nigeria, and focal points for the African Union Digital Transformation Strategy for Nigeria. He is also a senior member of the IEE. Please welcome Dr. Femi Adeli. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sarah. Thank you, everyone. I'm so delighted to be here. And I would like to start by congratulating ABC and the CEO, Margaret, for this very inspirational journey. Incidentally, I was part of the first two, and I can say with all boldness that you have been building on this program, and this program for this year is really, really exciting. And I'd like to congratulate everyone that has participated. I want to thank all the sponsors as well, and I'm happy to be announcing the prizes. So I'll just go ahead now and just say a little bit about the program and go straight to announcing the prizes. So the prizes of the 2023 ABC Cyber Hackathon, like I said, this is the third of its kind that was held on the 31st of October. Basically, our tech experts, and I'd like to thank tech experts for making their facility available for this very important cyber hackathon. It had both developers and hackers. The developers enrolled in teams of 2 and 3, while the hackers participated individually. A total of 24 tech enthusiasts participated in this hackathon after pre-qualifying rounds, and we're giving discounted rates by Uber. I would like to thank Uber as well, to and through the venue. Free refreshments from Coca-Cola, thank you Coca-Cola, and souvenirs from both ABC and tech experts. They also awarded a 2-week virtual incubation program, Silicon Valley experience with Draper University. Draper University is joining this program for the first time, and your impact is really, really commendable. There's something they talk about, the 3 elements when you talk about career progression. It has the acronym PI, performance, image, and exposure. And what you are doing for the participants, especially in the area of exposure, which is 70% of the, has 70% influence on career progression, is truly, truly commendable. Thank you, Draper University. So we'll go ahead now and announce the second prize winners, which had 2 hackers and 1 development team captain, 1 laptops from our sponsors, Dell Nigeria and HP Nigeria, and I'd like to thank them as well on behalf of BBC, in addition to the virtual training incubation program. The first prize winners were awarded fully funded trips to Silicon Valley for a 5-week pre-accelerator program, 3 developers, teams, captains, and 2 hackers at Draper University in Silicon Valley, in addition to all the other things I've mentioned, and the virtual training incubation program. I think, I know I can't hear you, you're muted, but wherever you are, I think you put your hands together for ABC and the team of supporters. Now to the names of the winners. Are you ready? The names of the second prize winners, which will win the laptops. The first person there is Abdul Jalal Saminu, hacker. The second person is Unipede Abdul Hakim, hacker. And the third person there is Christopher Oluwasegun Akintoye, development team captain. Congratulations on your feat. And now I'll go to the first prize. The names of the first prize winners are as follows: Ahamisi God's Favor, gold; Ridwanullah Adeliki Abdurrahim, silver; Abdusalam Muhyiddin Olamilekan, bronze. And then capture the flag competition. There we have Abdul Malik Usman Nafiu, gold. I will have Jude Chimaobi Nwadiobi, silver. Please, let's put our hands together for them. Congratulations on what you have achieved, and I wish you even greater success. I am looking forward to the 4th edition of this, and I know that it's even going to be better than the first 3. Congratulations, ABC. Congratulations, all the partners. Congratulations, all the winners. We look forward to partnering with you even further at NATEP. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for that announcement. I'm sure the winners are very excited. We've been getting feedback from them and thank yous, and we are so proud of them. We are so proud that they would leave for their trainings at Silicon Valley, and those that have received the laptops are already using them. So we are very happy to have started this initiative. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Dr. Femi. So we'll move straight into the meat of the show, which is the Cyber Hub launch and its media part. We would have speakers of our partnering organizations, the organizing partners, that is NITOB, Commercio, and ABC, representing these companies, representing these organizations on the table for the party. And also we'd have Mr. Festus Amede, the chairman of the CISO community, CISOnified community. So without further ado, I would introduce them as they come up for the party. Thank you very much. The first speaker would be Ms. Aderonke Adeyegbe. So Ms. Aderonke Adeyegbe has over 2 decades of post-qualification experience spanning business strategy, business development, client management, sales and marketing. She worked with Swiss Airlines, Panasonic, and British Telecommunications PLC while in the UK. Ms. Aderonke had a first degree from the University of Ibadan, a master's degree from Pan Atlantic University. She is a member of Zonta International and has worked as a volunteer at the Dundee International Women's Centre in Scotland, UK. She is a fellow of the Institute of Information Management. Ms. Adeyegbe served as an executive member of the Association of Telecommunications Company of Nigeria, ATCON, as Customer Equipment Dealers Group Coordinator and as Treasurer. Please help me welcome Ms. Aderonke Adeyegbe, the CEO of Commercio Limited.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
A few words, ma.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah.
Then
thank you to all our partners, especially the University of Lagos and the ABC. And it's very nice meeting Dr. Olufemi this morning. I am very excited about this project because it's been a long time coming. I've always been involved in tech and infrastructure, but we all know that what COVID did was to accelerate digital transformation. At the height of this, it struck me that what's most important for Africa as a continent is to get the cybersecurity strategy right, the best policies around cybersecurity. And, in the course of running our conferences and running weekly webinars to create awareness about cybersecurity, we also met with the ABC team, especially the CEO. And, she also caught the vision of the fact that we have a lot of young unemployed in Nigeria, and they're very brilliant. Why don't we devise a strategy to onboard them in training of cybersecurity? And the vision really is to create a talent factory that can feed Nigeria and the rest of the world. and most important is the fact that there's a shortage of cybersecurity skills across the world. Before the pandemic, it was about 3 million or so, if not more than that, And because everything is now online, schools are online, trading is online, health is online, the startup ecosystem is, really, really booming in Africa. I think it's important that cybersecurity is given the first burner attention. And that's the real vision behind creating this cyber hub. I'm very grateful to Dr. Olumiwa, who has joined this vision and is quite excited to work with us to make sure that we create a talent factory that meets international standards in terms of all the modules and the training that the students will be exposed to. I'm also very grateful to Mr. Amede, who as chairman of CISO across the banking industry understands, how important it is to get the cybersecurity strategy right. So I'm happy that this is taking off after so much hard work, and I pray that we're able to feed the shortage, not only in Nigeria, across the continent, but across the world. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for those kind words. We would move to the next speaker, who is Dr. Victor Odumiwa. Dr. Victor Odumiwa is a dynamic and visionary leader in the field of ICT and artificial intelligence, with a passion for driving innovation and fostering collaboration. As the current director of NITDA IT Hub, NITHub at the University of Lagos, Dr. Odumiwa obtained his PhD degree from Lorraine University in France, and is a faculty in the Department of Computer Science at the University of Lagos. He is a co-principal investigator for the IDRC-funded Edu AI Hub project, focusing on enhancing education in Africa through AI research. He is a member of the Africa-Europe Cluster of Research Excellence on AI, Core AI. He is a member of the Advisory Board of Data Science Nigeria. He is a member of the UNDP Nigeria Reference Group on AI. He is the chairman of the Association of Massachusetts Institutes of Technology Trained African University Lecturers, AMTAUL. He is an IBM certified security intelligence analyst, application security analyst, and IoT cloud developer. He is also a member of the global EPIC ecosystem centered on innovation and cybersecurity. Please welcome Dr. Victor Odumiwa, the director of NITDA IT Hub, University of Lagos.
Yeah, thank you so much, Sarah. And good morning, everyone. Let me say good morning to Mrs. Margaret Olele and Mrs. Adorin Kadiege and Dr. Adewi as well. And I think somebody spoke, okay, Julie LeBlanc spoke earlier. So good morning to everyone. Happy to be here, and I'm happy that we're having this event starting. I mean, this kind of there's a launching starting today, and the event, the training, the hub will continue, and all the programs will start soon. Yeah, just a quick background to what we're trying to do. Mrs. Adeyegbe and also Mr. Lillian have already spoken about what led to this initiative, and I'll just give a few statistics and also tell us what we're trying to do and how we're going to run the hub. Yeah, so of course, it's no longer something new to everybody that we are actually in a world that is digitalized. Almost every process is getting digitalized. And the more we do that, crime will move from being manual to becoming digital. I hope you can hear me. Okay. So, yeah. According to the IMF, there will be a global shortage of more than 85 million IT professionals by 2030, which will result in $8.5 trillion in lost annual revenue. This is something interesting that we need to look at. And also, we know that in cybersecurity domain, we have shortage of talents. There is more demand than supply. It's across all IT and also, more importantly, in cybersecurity, because more people want to be software developers. Not so many people are looking at being a cybersecurity expert. And so this calls for concern, because if we keep digitalizing and there is no proper infrastructure for security, then we are having a lot of problems to battle with. Yeah, to battle with, and we can see the rate of cybercrime moving. So what will we try to do? The first thing is to raise talents. Yeah, that's the first thing. Even if you want to create solutions, you still have to raise talents that have the competence, the capacity to be able to build solutions. So one of the things we plan to do is to raise talents, to create new entry points for cybersecurity learning and innovation, because it's also a very broad area, very, very broad, and several aspects of it. So it's not something somebody can just say, I'm a cybersecurity expert. You just have to master one part of it. It's very broad. So to create new entry points for cybersecurity learning and innovation, another objective we have is to churn out diverse and competent cybersecurity talent that meet the needs of industry. And more importantly, beyond just training. So we also have this goal of promoting entrepreneurship and innovation in the cybersecurity field. If you look at it today, I'm not so sure that they can point out to any solution, any cybersecurity solution that we can say is an homegrown solution. I'm not sure. I've not seen any. That could be, but I'm not sure. To the best of my knowledge, I'm not sure there is any that is a kind of homegrown solution. And there is no way you can grow as a nation if you depend on technologies from other nations. You can use that technology, but you must be able also to grow your technology to be able to grow as a nation. So that's one of the objectives, not just to raise talent alone. We raise talent, and also we focus on entrepreneurship and innovation in the cybersecurity field. And so the approaches we're going to use, or let me say, 3 different things in the approach we're trying to use. Number one, we want to foster interdisciplinary collaboration. So we're not just looking at computer scientists or computer science students. No, we're looking, if you look at what is going on now, cybersecurity is not something just meant for the IT experts alone. So it goes across different fields. So we're trying to bring different people from different fields together and be able to kind of empower them with the knowledge they need, so that in their different fields, they know how to ensure the security of their cyberspace. Then also to establish a cybersecurity innovation hub, and that's what we're doing. The first one we're focusing on is a virtual hub for learning, and we will take it from there and also look at how to create an innovation phase of that. And like I said, the third pillar in the approach is to promote entrepreneurship. I hope you can still hear me. Hello? Hello?
Yes, we can.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, thank you. Okay, so yeah, the way to go about it, the way the virtual hub will run is open to everybody. It's not just only UNILAG students. We happen to be the partner institution in Nigeria to start with. We're going to scale to other universities, but it's going to be open to everybody, even to non-university students. There could be other people that are interested in being part of this future talent we're trying to raise. So it's going to be open to everybody. And like it's from the name, it's going to be a virtual hub, learning hub. And we are going to be engaging different partners. Apart from the 3 partners that are trying to form the hub, there are other partners like Cisco has come in because they give us some content we're going to use. So there are other partners that will be engaged as we move on, so that we can be able to serve the different audience that are interested in learning, and also be able to diversify, not just focus on one aspect, but can go to different areas in cybersecurity. So I think that is the little I can share for now, and we'll communicate more information as we commence with the first quarter. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank
Over to you,
you,
sir.
Dr. Odumeyiwa. So we move on to Mr. Festus Amede. Mr. Festus Amede has been with Zenith Bank since January 1997. Out of the over 26 years working experience in the bank, he has spent over 16 years in managerial capacity and was subsequently promoted to the senior management team of Zenith Bank in 2019. And he is the Chief Information Security Officer, CISO of the bank. He is responsible for the development and management of the bank's cybersecurity program, reporting directly to the executive management and the board. He's a certified information security manager and has attended different SANS security training in USA. He holds a master's in business administration, finance, MBA finance from the Lagos State University. He also holds a bachelor's degree in electrical electronics and engineering from Edo State University, Nigeria. Please welcome Mr. Festus Amede. Thank you. Sir, if you could give a 1-minute introduction, sir.
All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for having me. I want to use this opportunity to thank the American Business Council, the Cisco team, of course, the Unilag and the commercial team. More importantly, to Margaret Olele and Adorenke Adeyegbe. Madam Adorenke has been a friend, and we have gone a long way. I remember us discussing this about 3 or 4 years ago, and I'm excited to be here this morning to see that this dream has come true. No doubt, like as it was mentioned, COVID actually led digital innovation globally, not just in Nigeria. And since then, we have seen a lot of challenges in cyber attacks, which at a point, it was documented at almost 1 attack in every 11 seconds. And with all these volumes of attack, as at October this year, the shortage of cyber security skills rose to over 4 million in October. So a program like this couldn't have come in any better time than this. And this, when Madam also told me about this, Madam Adorenke, I was so excited, like I mentioned, because this has also been a concern as the current chairman of this CISO committee for Nigerian financial institution. One of the things in our top burner, apart from awareness, has to do with talent and capacity development. And this, we have made different recommendations on how to develop capacity in this regard, even to the bankers committee. Because we have seen that, yes, at our various institutions, response have been made to the popularly known JAPA syndrome, whereby people leave Nigeria for a better job abroad. And some of these response to manage this cannot go far. Even when you increase salary, how many times can you increase salary in a year? And apart from the technology team, other departments are also being affected. So, and one of the things that we discovered as an antidote to this is to make sure that a lot of capacities are being developed. We have large, talented youths who today are not doing much. So, but with adequate training, we can actually meet the need of not just Nigeria, but also meet the need globally. So I just want to thank the team for putting this together, and working with the CISO committee, we will ensure that this program survives and also meet the need of our yearning industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are looking forward to all of these commitment, partnerships, and collaborations in the future. Thank you. So we have the media team as well. We have Mr. Gilbert Ekube from This Day, Ms. Chiamaka from Business Day. We have Adi Ann from Tech Cabal. We have Ms. Rukayat from News Agency of Nigeria. and Musa Adekune from The Guardian. They are the one that will be leading with the questions. That is after we give the genesis, the objectives of the Learning Hub from Ms. Margaret, this ABC CEO. So over to you, Ms. Margaret.
Yeah, thank you so much. And I'm not going to, like I said, I'm not going to waste more time here because I'm keen for the media to share, to listen to what this project is all about. But Mr. Festus Amede and my friend Aderunke Adegbe, as well as Dr. Victor Dumuyiwa, have shared a lot about why this whole project started, or why we have started this in the first place. But just to reiterate that the genesis of this was like 3 years ago when we started the hackathon, and we realized that, and the cybersecurity conference, and we realized that, you know, the gaps, even then, it wasn't as bad as we're faced now with the kinds of information that we just gathered, that we have 4 million in terms of cyber skill gap, you know, within that the financial institution space, and there's a lot that we need to do. So why are we doing this? We need to create awareness. You need to ensure that people know why this is happening. Even 3 years ago, when we said we're ultimately going to have a hub, we have included different countries as well, especially like the last time we had the Minister of Rwanda join us for the conference, but with the mindset that whatever it is we are currently having, it's not going to be for Nigeria alone, but we will say like charity begins at home, so we're going to start here. So the ultimate thing is create awareness, build capacity for the talent gap that we have. And that's why, again, we have Dr. Femi here, because we're speaking about what are we able to do to fill the gap, but also to potentially export this talent as well, you know, within the continent, especially as we even begin to talk about AFCFT. So capacity building, awareness, capacity building, upskilling, creating the market that can help drive this, and overall protecting very important you know, assets in terms of information, in terms of security. And that's why, again, we have our keynote speaker who will be joining us from the Office of the National Security Advisor. I'll pause at this point because I'm keen for us to move forward, and I'm going to hand over to Sarah to continue. Over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, Ma. So we'll move to questions from the media. We'll start with Guardian, Mr. Musa Adekunle.
Good. Can everybody hear me? Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Sorry about that. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay.
Please go on.
Okay. Let's look at these. The ABC Cyber Hub launch has made a significant impact towards tackling cyber security. Now, I want to ask this question: that how does the ABC plan to tailor its initiative to address the specific cybersecurity challenges faced by Nigeria, considering its unique infrastructure, regulatory landscape, and cultural context? So that's my first question. So to my second question, that how will the ABC engage with Nigerian government agency, civil society organizations, and other stakeholders to build a comprehensive cybersecurity ecosystem in the country? Then I would like to ask a question about the social media that we have of recent. Social media is a powerful tool for communication and information dissemination in Nigeria. How does the ABC plan to collaborate with social media platforms to combat cyberbullying, hate speech, and other online harms that have a real world consequence for Nigerians? So those are my for now.
Okay. I see that Theodore is raising his hands, and I think maybe he wants to quickly ask a question or chime in before I take some of those questions. Theodore.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. Margaret, can you hear me?
Yes, can hear you. Sure.
Yeah, you can go ahead and answer the question. I wanted to answer one of the questions, but you can just go ahead. I'll answer one of them.
Okay. Let me just say that something about, I'll just share one thought and then I'll just kind of hand over to you. So, first of all, thank you so much for those questions. You asked how have we been able to make this initiative kind of sync in a sense with the space we are at in terms of the Nigerian environment. So it's not like we're just, shooting out in the sky. So first of all, to mention that this initiative, you may have seen ABC Cyber Hub, but it is actually a cyber hub that we are slating for the country as we move on, because this is all for the benefit of Nigeria. And we have partners that we are running this show together. So that's the first thing. The second and more important issue is that even before we started this whole conversation about the hub, and then I'm happy that Mr. Festus had mentioned that he had ongoing conversation with Mrs. Aderoke Adegbe. I recall that we had a meeting with the past chairperson of the CISO community in the finance space, and we looked at, okay, what are those how are we able to build the curriculum? What are the trainings that are relevant for these roles that we are looking at? So it wasn't like we just kind of woke up and started thinking about that. That's one thing. So we making sure that it is actually tied to the needs that we have, prevailing needs. And obviously this is a moving train, so it's not static. As we move on, some other things would come up, and then we realize that, we need to do a bit more in this area. And working with government, we have and obviously working with the private sector like Cisco, what other organizations in the ICT space in Nigeria. We have been working with them to see how best we can move this forward. And in terms of our engagement with government, it started from the blast of the whistle. So we have always had this with the Ministry of Communications and Digital Economy. In fact, every event we had, in moving to where we are today, the minister, the former minister, had always been involved. Also, the Office of the National Security Advisor also need that. Now we have moved to a point where we recognize that we need to work to build talent, to fill gaps internally, and also expand that talent externally. And so we are working with NATEP to drive this ship. So I would pause at this point because I know that Theodore would like to pick some of these thoughts. Over to you, Theodore.
Thank you, Margaret. Can I go ahead?
Yes, please.
Okay, so I wanted to also portray the point on collaboration. So my name is, first of all, let me introduce myself. Good afternoon. Okay, good morning, everyone. Apologies, I joined a bit late. I was caught up in another customer's call, but I'm happy I'm able to make it. So my name is Chukwudi Theodore, or Theodore Chukwudi, any of them. I'm a solutions architect with Cisco, and we are collaborating with the American Business Council to make sure that the hub have access to resources, cybersecurity. So in terms of collaboration and access to resources, we are collaborating with the American Business Council to have access to NetAcad courses. And for this year, which is for this year, 2023, and spilling over into 2024, our major focus for Cisco is cybersecurity. So a lot of information and a lot of research is being put in place to make sure that we have adequate resources, first-hand resources that are available to everyone, and most especially those who will be admitted at the hub, or those who will be utilized at the hub. Also, it might interest you to know that we've also made some important acquisitions this year. One of its kind, which is Splunk, and Splunk is a SIEM tool, or is a SIEM solution, that integrates into various of our solutions. So we're expanding, our scope in cybersecurity, and we're making sure that organizations are carried along. Now, how are these organizations carried along? They are carried along via trainings, via enablement sessions, and partner engagements. It might also interest you to know that Cisco has another presence in Lagos, which is referred to as the CDA. And the CDA is referred to as Country Digital Acceleration. Now, that center is meant to receive individuals from the hub, maybe as a group or individual visit, to be able to interact with technology firsthand. And what I mean firsthand is we'll have people walk into the hub or the center, and we'll be able to demo to them the different security solutions we have and how they integrate to each other. So there are efforts being put in to make sure that we are always a step, steps ahead of the game in terms of bad actors having access to our critical systems.
Yeah, thank you so much for that, Theodore. I'm not sure if you have rounded off what you were saying or you got caught up, but I'm happy for the perspectives you shared. I think there was the last question on the social media and how are we going to be working with social media to reduce things like bullying and hate crime and all that. I would say, first of all, that most of the ICT members of the American Business Council are the owners of a lot of these platforms, and I believe that they have put a lot in place working with the government to know how to clean out. Obviously, this is not it's not like yet a perfect system, but they do have their structures on how to take issues around bullying and some other hate crimes and some of these things, which you'll probably continue to see, but which they have a reporting system that can help clean this out. However, while this is super important, I think the focus for us today is to see how we can, leverage social media in a way that can be able to protect, whatever it is that could come as a cyber crime, in terms of making people lose not something equally as important as their dignity and in some cases their lives because they are being bullied, but also assets, and not just assets of individuals, private sector, but also the important assets of government as well. And we're talking about seeing the gap that we have faced. It's critical for us more than ever to sort this thing out. The time is now more than ever. Over to you, Sarah, for just in case we have more questions. Now, I would just suggest if we have some questions on the chat box, maybe you can also read that out so that we're able to speak to them as well, and not just me, but other members on the panel.
Thank you, Ma. So the next journalist that will be asking would be Ms. Rukayat from News Agency of Nigeria.
Hello, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Ms. Margaret, Sarah, and everybody. I hope you can hear me. Can anyone hear me? Good
Yes,
morning.
we can.
Yes, we can.
Okay. My question is, after the launch today, how soon will people start getting co-opted into the hub? Is there any means of registration? Is it going to be in batches or streams so that we can put that out there to enable more participation?
Thank you very much, Rukiat. We at this point probably would want Dr. Dumoyewa to respond, but we would have definitely a link that can work, towards that space as well. So, should we ask someone else apart from me to answer? Otherwise, I'll be happy to share the thoughts.
I think you can go ahead.
Okay. All right, thank you. So, yeah, so we already have a list of a couple of trainings, from both ends that are collated, and we will share the link. We're hoping that we're able to start before the close of the year, but obviously because this is already the end of the year with a lot of activities happening, I think it may work better to send that link quickly. We will socialize the link with the media because again, it's important that people know. Interestingly, one lady, she's a journalist as well, called me like 2-3 days when she saw this advert and said, "Look, my son, wants to go into this the cyberspace and get some of these learnings. Can he join even if he's not a student of Unilag?" And I think Dr. Dumia has answered that question. She also said, "Look, I want to expand my understanding and even maybe decide to see if I can grow in a different line. Can I join?" So yes, the link will be shared, at least within the maximum you get the link would be starting from worst case, starting from the first week or so in January, but we will socialize that link as quickly as possible. I hope that answers your question, Rukiat. And we will share that with you once that is done.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. It looks like you have a cold.
I do. Thank you.
All right. Do we have someone else who would like to ask a question quickly?
So, Mr. Gilbert, could you please go on with your question?
Morning, everyone. Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning. Can anyone hear me? Hello.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you.
Okay, good. Thank you. I'm actually interested in numbers. Talking about cybersecurity accessibility in Africa, what is the adoption rate like in Nigeria and Africa at large? I don't know if you can help me with that, please.
I think we also need clarity from you. What do you mean by adoption rate? Is it in terms of on the understanding, or in terms of people running into trainings for the cyberspace, for cyber trainings capacity? Gilbert, can you hear us?
Hello.
Yeah, can you hear us? Yes, I can hear you. I said, can you please let us know what you mean by adoption rate? Is it adoption of trainings, or really adopting the mindset that there's a need, a consciousness for a cyber the cyber issues, cyber education, cyber security? Is it access, you mean? Is it access capacity? Is it willingness to train and be trained?
Exactly. All of that.
Okay. So I want to believe that we may be able to get some data from Theodore if he's still there, because Cisco has been involved in a lot of trainings. But what we at least are super sure about is that there is a gap. So there is a gap, which means if there's a gap, it means there's a need. And if there's a need, it means that there are people who would like to fill those roles. Because again, when you talk about unemployment in Nigeria among the youth, it's fast growing. Even with the so-called Japa syndrome and all, we still find out that people leave school and then they don't have jobs. So it becomes an opportunity for those trainings, for people to move into new areas of training and new areas of roles and fill in the roles that the gaps exist. So with that understanding and with the 4 million and need, plus the fact that there was also the conversation about I think Mr. Festus mentioned the number of the cyber crimes that happen per second, which is really mind-boggling when he shared that information. So I think that the adoption rate, even though I don't have the data, but I'm running on the current the current gap and the current need and the current almost epidemic situation to talk about, to tell you that there is interest, and the fact that people have been reaching out since we announced that we're going to have is showing increased interest in this space. But if Theodore is here, and we may be able to get some information about like how many people are trained in the area of cybersecurity in the Cisco hub as an example, to show what is really happening overall.
Yeah, Margaret, can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Yes. In terms of the statistics for the year, I can give for this year, but not for previous years. I'm going to start from NetAcad. We're able to train 2,550 persons this year on NetAcad, and the Skills for All, which is Learn-a-thon that happened sometime in October, which is the month for cybersecurity awareness. In West Africa, we were able to train 7,000 persons in introduction to cybersecurity and cybersecurity essentials. So we're seeing how we can, collaborate with these institutions and learning hubs, to move that same number to the more advanced program.
So let me just chime in a bit. I think Theodore, you're done?
Yes, please, Victor, you can go ahead.
So really, I won't say when you talk about adoption, we can't really talk about adoption because cybersecurity is broad. It's not a tool, or it's not something I just say adoption. So what I would say is what we see a growing need and a growing concern and a growing danger. So that's the way I put it. And it's so evident. Unfortunately for us in this part of the world, most of the organizations, they don't publish the kind of attacks they receive. In other clients, when you see the kind of attacks they experience, daily basis, weekly basis, how important it is. And also here, we are having several attacks. Most of the organizations are having several attacks, but they don't really publish it, for fear and for other reasons. And so even to buttress the point that this is actually needed, at the level of the university, AUC has made it that there should be, in the universities now, there should be faculty of computing, no longer computer science be under the faculty of science or maybe engineering. It should be faculty of computing, and where you now have cybersecurity standing alone as a program on its own, not just under computer science. So it shows that there is need for more experts, more people that are specialized in different aspects of cybersecurity. And due to current, like I said when I spoke earlier, digitalization is increasing, and it will continue with the AI. with the breakthrough we're seeing in AI and the AI being democratized. And so the concern about security is actually very, very high. And so we need more experts to handle that and also more solutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that. I mean, I like that growing need, a growing concern, a growing need, and a growing danger. I think that really summarizes a lot. Do we have more questions, please?
Please, at the Anne from Tech Cabal. Your questions, please. Yeah, you're on mute.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. Sorry, good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me. I'm sorry, I kind of missed the question if you asked any.
Okay, thank you. Do we have any more questions?
Oh, no, I don't.
I mean, from the other journalists, do we have any more questions, please?
Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Mr. Gilbert.
I think Amaka is speaking.
Ms. Amaka, do you have a question?
Yes, mine is to get more of a clarity. I understand from the discussion today that Unilag is one of the partners to this project that American Business Council is partnering. So I want to really know the role of Unilag in implementing the objectives of the hub. What will it be like? Does it mean that the hub will be domiciled within Unilag? I would like to know what the role, the specific role that Unilag is going to play in the implementation process.
All right. Thank you very much, Amaka. And we kind of struggled to hear you. I would also bring in Mrs. Aderonke Adegbe to also to share some thoughts in this question. But just like we mentioned at the very beginning, it is a virtual hub, which means that this is not positioned or there is not a brick and mortar position in a certain location. But it is what we said we're going to have partners, working together on this, and we're going to have partners from institutions, from private sector, from companies that are also involved in the ICT space, and from every partner that we have already announced on this platform today. So it is not going to be at the Unilag, and Unilag is a pilot in a sense. I know that Dr. Odumoyiwa has shared as much that later we're going to bring in other institutions as well. But Mrs. Aderonke Adegbe, please can you just share some thoughts quickly as well, please?
Yes. Unfortunately, I did not hear Anne's question. It wasn't clear. But just like you've said, digital resources available for training. As we move on, we build, the modules to capture what is really needed in the cybersecurity ecosystem in Nigeria. And we hope that we can also focus on the regions across the country and work with partner universities to onboard more students. And like Dr. also mentioned, for those who are interested in the career in cybersecurity but are outside of the university system. Thank you.
Let me just chime in and try to maybe also clarify. If you understand the trend in the world today, what people go for now, we are talking about people having skill sets. We are not talking about degrees. Degrees are still there. I mean, people still go for degree, but the goal now is we're talking about competence-based learning. Let me put it that way. And so what the hub is doing is not about a university, even though a university is a partner in driving this, which is Unilag. So the focus now about a particular university. The focus about we raising talents. So it's not a 4-year program. It's not a normal degree program. Now we're trying to kind of manage the gaps we have and raise talent that can fit in competence-based kind of training so that people can fit in and be able to kind of address the problems we have. So Unilag is a partner, but this hub is open to anybody interested to be part of this program. And it's not a degree program, it's a hub targeted at helping people to build their competence and have skill set in this domain. Thank you.
All right. Just to confirm, Sarah, do we still have questions?
Thank you very much, Dr. Odumiwa. Mr. Moses' hands is up from Guardian. Please, do you have any questions?
Yes, my question is this: in this era of which in Nigeria we have fake news. Let me just say it's common to other media that are not maybe established like that are not established on ground. We just see fake news flying up and down there, which is not true. So we don't know what is ABC going to do to address this, and also to the media, what should be our major takeaway from today's virtual meeting?
Yeah, thank you very much for that. You know, and I'm happy that your second question is more to yourselves. You know, it's always good to always use our tongue to count our teeth as well. You know, and say what role can we play, and that's why we have the media here, because the media is a partner on this for this project. Like I said, you know, issues around fake news, you know, misinformation, bullying, hate crime information that you see all over social media. It's something that I believe the different companies are addressing, you know, in terms of having structures in place to see how they can glean some of this information and clean some of this information out. I think it's an ongoing challenge, but I think the challenge you have placed to American Business Council, and just for the understanding that we are the voice of US businesses in Nigeria, and we have, like I said, a lot of these companies, a lot of them, if not all of them, that are members of the ABC. What we can ask just for the future, because this is not super tied with what we're talking about right now, but it is like a first cousin to what we are talking about, so that works. What we're going to could do is to do like to put together a compendium of the work they are doing in terms of self-monitoring, self-responsibility in being able to manage the platforms, you know, against all these things they have done, and who they have partnered with in ensuring that this is possible. But I would like to hear from you now, because you have said the role, you know, media's responsibility. What are your thoughts on media responsibility as well? Musa, can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, so I'm asking, you know, because you talked about the need for, and that's why this is a party. It's not a one-way street type of thing. What are your thoughts about what media can do in order to get this work? How can media work to move this project forward?
Yes, of course. Media work with let me just say with a platform of yours, in the sense that relaying the message back to the public and about counterfeiting fake news around the world. We know due to fact checking, we do the fact checking. That's the major essence of finding if something is true or not. So we do fact checking. So through your platform as well, we can through your hub. Let me put it that way. We can get we can know if it is true or not. So that is what media will do, and relay the message back to the public.
Yeah, I mean, like, and just to share that this is open to the trainings are also open to the media, just in case you want to
Of course,
expand.
of course.
So we're looking forward to seeing you register, right? Okay.
No problem.
All right. Thank you. Okay. So Sarah, back to you. What do we have on our plates?
So the next item on the agenda would be that's the question and answer session from the audience. So we have one question to the speakers. And it's what are the benefits of this meeting to Nigeria from YouTube guys?
Okay, would anyone want to take that? Ronke, would you want to take that?
Okay, I think I can just say some things. Okay, I can just say some things. Well, when you ask about the benefit, yeah, this meeting is a launch. We're launching, but the real program, the whole idea is going to be very beneficial to the whole nation. I will talk from the perspective of being for somebody that have been involved in talent upskilling for quite a number of years now, and the transformation I see. When we talk about what's going on in the nation, you can't just solve this problem by government just making an announcement. Even the insecurity problem we have in terms of cyber security, in terms of physical security or whatever, life security. When you begin to empower people and they get to a level where they can come out of poverty, the app skill set enables them to be empowered to be able to kind of now be useful, add value to the society, and also add value, economic value to their own life and family. You are reducing a lot of problems in the nation. And I will start from there. That's one of the things this can do. As we empower people with knowledge and they are competent and they can begin to use that to solve problems, get a job. So financially, you are kind of liberating them, which eventually is going to be beneficial to the nation, to their own self, their family, and also to the nation. And also, we're talking about cybersecurity. The more talent, the more experts we're able to have, the better for the nation. Our banks are losing a huge sum, a lot of money to these cyber criminals. They don't just announce it. Yeah, and so if we are able to kind of plug this, because we are raising talents that can be useful, that can help them, then we are going to be reducing the kind of money we lose in our economy, and that will also grow the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Odumewa.
Okay, I don't know whether I can add to that.
Yes, please.
All right, thank you. So the value of this, a program like this cannot be overemphasized. Let me use my bank as an example. I have most of my colleagues left the organization to Ireland. One went to Amazon in Ireland. All expense paid for the whole family to travel, and the salary is something that, if I ever have opportunity, is any more than me. And meanwhile, it's far from my junior in the office. Some went to US and Canada, some of them for research, all fully paid, some of them direct employment. It also got worse that even Kenya, some banks in Kenya hired about 3 of my colleagues. So what does this speak to? Over and above the knowledge capacity building in-house to ensure that the ecosystem is secured, It also speaks to earnings to the country as a nation, because with the number of talented youths we have, if after graduation, some of them enroll in a program like this, and within 1 year, 2 years, they are ready to work outside the nation, you will find out that even the forex earning to the country will increase. Today, India is getting a lot of foreign currency, earning a lot of foreign currency from software development. So cybersecurity software development is a very good source of foreign earnings to even a nation. So I think the atmosphere is very mature, and it's just for the wise people to take advantage of programs like this. And in the next 5 years, they will be happy and they will thank God for a program like this that have introduced them to the world. Thank you.
Mr. Theodore, your hands are up. Thank you, Mr. Festus. Mr. Theodore.
Yes, can I go ahead?
Yes, please go ahead.
Can I go ahead?
Please go ahead. Please go ahead. And Theodore, can you hear us?
Yes, yes. Can I go ahead, please?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, yes. I just wanted to contribute to what the last speaker has said. So the narrative Cisco is driving is not to wait for them to graduate. We want to catch them as soon as they're gaining admission into the university from secondary schools and while they are running their university program. So that the idea is, as they are graduating with a skill. So vis-a-vis what they have learned in the university or what they have acquired in the university, so that it positions them properly for even securing local jobs and remote jobs and even possible relocation. Because most of these engineers and cybersecurity professionals that relocate out of the country still have their family members here, and it's a direct inflow of forex into the country. So I just wanted to portray that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Theodore. So Sarah, back to you. Do we have more questions, please?
So we will conclude the media party session now and move right ahead to the next item of the agenda. So we have heard from our organizing partners on the hub launch and the questions and answers. So we are looking at the specialist part of the conversation where we hear from the keynote speakers and the cybersecurity specialist from the fireside chat. So moving ahead, I would introduce the keynote speaker now, who is Dr. Bala Fakondu. He is the Deputy Director of Communications at the Office of the National Security Advisor and the Manager Computer Emergency Response Team, NGCERT. Hails from Ilela LGA of Sokoto State, born on August 1976. His educational qualifications include a PhD from the University of Leeds, MSc Cybersecurity from Nasarawa State University, KEFI, Masters in International Affairs and Defense Studies from the Nigerian Defense Academy, Kaduna, PGD Electronics and Telecommunications Engineering from Obafemi Awolowo University, Ile-Ife, and a BSc Mathematics from the Nigerian Defense Academy. He is a research fellow at the Energy Research Institute, University of Leeds, UK, professional military officer with the Nigerian Army Signals and alumni, and is an alumni of George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies, Program on Cybersecurity, Germany. He holds various positions in International Cybercrime and Security Association, including the UN OEWG as a national delegate. Please welcome Dr. Bala Fakondu, the manager of Nigerian Computer Emergency Response Team, to give us our keynote remarks. Thank you. You're on mute, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Sarah, for that. And I wish to thank ABC for having me in this an exciting project. I also want to agree with my brother, Dr. Femi, that there's actually significant progress in our activities so far, because I attended the first two events that was hosted by the conferences that was on cybersecurity that was hosted by ABC. I'm actually honored to be part of the virtual launch of the Cyber Hub, and by American Business Council, along with its partners, Cisco, MidHub, Unilag, Commercio, and amongst others. It also gives me great pleasure to deliver the keynote address at this occasion with the conference themed Cybersecurity Accessibility in Africa, Creating Inclusive Cyberspace. I'm indeed glad to have the opportunity to share my thoughts as well to the subject matter, which is actually very germane. I must first commend you all for the commitment and continuous effort towards enhancing cybersecurity in Nigeria. To the keynote address proper, Nigerian digital landscape gleams on our hope of startups as startups keep springing up. Businesses with intricate network of innovations and the pulse of e-commercials quickens the development of our country. Today, Nigeria boasts of over 400 thriving startups, growing at an annual rate of 35% per annum. And also, we have over 2 billion in funding for the startups as well, which is an approximate, an approximation which can be more than that or less, to be honest. Similarly, there are over 4 million thriving micro, small, and medium enterprises in Nigeria, several of which are exploited online because they actually rely on a lot of online platforms to progress their businesses. This is because such enterprise want to grow. However, cyber criminals are actually also exploiting our acceptance and the use of digital platforms to perpetrate their crimes as well, for various reasons. Unfortunately, the exorbitant cost of cyber defense continues to impede, the progress in this perspective. This underscores the need to ensure resilience of digital platforms and access to tools for cybersecurity, access to tools for security of our systems at affordable cost. That is the reason why this topic is very, very germane. That's affordability and accessibility, ways to incorporate cyber defense infrastructure or cyber defense expenditure, to be particular. Let me reiterate that in July 2022, one of our infrastructure in one of the states, Contributing Healthcare Management Agency, had a data breach where information on all subscribers were dumped in the dark web. Just for you to know, we actually identified that in NGSA, we're able to resolve that issue in good time. Of course, we can recall that the ransomware attack on Bet Niger in April 2023, Momo payment service breach of May 2023, which actually reported an approximate loss of over $53 million. So these are few of some of the challenges our businesses face online. And like someone said earlier, quite a number of reports that we've had on cyber criminality, loss of revenue by banks over time has been actually very, very scary. And to be honest, we found a way around ensuring that the banks are also some financial institutions actually reporting this thing, even anonymously, so that at least we can help them. Apart from helping them, it will also help other financial institutions on what to do to prevent some of these cyber attacks and vulnerabilities, to be honest. Yeah, so these are not more, there are more statistics, you understand, to actually show that we need to actually find a way to prepare our infrastructure, our platforms, our networks against this kind of intrusion and cyber attacks. Particularly, it is true that setting up effective cybersecurity measures are not cheap. That's the truth. The cost not having effective cyber defense are far more. There are far more consequences of not even providing those security measures to actually make sure you defend your businesses. As such, the same concept of setting up cyber hubs might just be a simple solution to this daunting challenge. These cyber hubs we're setting up today, it's actually a very, very good initiative. Why? Because quite a number of people we benefit from them in terms of capacity building and also advices on what to do on areas and where to get solutions to actually defend or protect their businesses as well. Very, very important. To move forward from that, the solutions lies not, most of our solutions, to be honest, are fragmented all over the place. So it is actually very important for us to consider a community way of enhancing our infrastructure. How do I mean? Businesses, tech startups, and other ventures striving online could pool resources to establish community sets or community SOCs. When you combine this together, and it's easier to manage, it's cheaper, and you spend less, and it's affordable, to be honest. And sometimes you make it accessible because if a community of maybe a sector decide to merge together to pull up resources to develop solution and share this solution to protect their infrastructure, is actually cheaper for them. And because they are doing it at one time, it might go less. It might not be sufficient to cater for everyone at the same time and everybody having it, but the businesses could subscribe to communal, security operation system solutions, making it, a win-win situation for all parties. Particularly in 2022, ONSA in collaboration with our critical stakeholders and facilitated development of enlightenment program and training for small, medium enterprises. Why? Because we understand the impact they are making in our economic development, so we needed to do that at that material time. In addition, in April 2022, ONSA in our collaboration with our critical stakeholder also developed toolkits for SMEs to help them protect their businesses to help them their businesses. And actually, this was a laudable initiative, apart from quite a number of initiatives we're doing to facilitate the implementation of national cybersecurity policy and strategy within the office. This has gone a long way in preventing the small businesses from falling prey to cyber criminals and vulnerabilities as well. We're also engendering the establishment of sectoral SAT. What do I mean? We're encouraging the establishment of sectoral SAT across different sectors of the economy. That will actually ensure that we converge our resources at different sectors to be able to have visualization and also advice on how to protect the infrastructure, both government and private sector. And in that light, the Office of National Security, as I said, is actually developing a national incident management framework. That framework is going to actually outline our responsibilities, in terms of cyber incidents and response. It's going to outline our responsibilities in case of cyber crisis management and response, generally or for all the sectors. Yeah, these efforts that we're making for now are not sufficient, but we're making more effort. So the need for the ecosystem to actually, galvanize ourselves to ensure that we provide sufficient security for our businesses, so that at least the international community or other businesses outside this country will have confidence in investing in our country. We need to do more, to be honest. We know that, and we're doing more. So, and we need to do more to make sure cyber defense is affordable and accessible for more secure cyberspace. So I will commend the effort of the organizers of this event and also the effort of the American Business Council for this project and what they've done before now and what they intend to do in the future. This joint effort will enable us to have more collective buying power, negotiate the steepest discounts, make cyber defense within reach of even the smallest entrepreneur. This will effectively empower businesses to anticipate and neutralize attacks before they strike. Building this ecosystem requires collaboration, not competition. We as cybersecurity professionals have a responsibility to share our knowledge, mentor young entrepreneurs, advocate for policies that prioritize affordability and accessibility. As such, I must therefore advocate that today's Pali stirs up a collective commitment to building an initiative and inclusive cyberspace for Nigeria startups and small businesses as well. Let us envision a future where every business, no matter how small, can strive in the digital space, shielded by robust and affordable cyber defense infrastructure. Let this Pali not just be a dialogue, to be honest, but a springboard for action to create an ecosystem where every entrepreneur can pursue their dreams, secure the knowledge that their digital journey is protected. To be honest, the Office of National Security Advisor is actually making a lot of effort across board. One of the critical efforts we're doing now is the operationalization of National Cybersecurity Coordination Center. I've been in the center of it as well. And for now, I think since May, when the new NSA came, Mr. Saad Abubakar has been leading us in that effort. So a lot of things are coming on board. The effort we made in amendment of Cybercrime Act a month ago, I was in Lagos to converge all our effort in terms of gaps, in terms of the deficiencies in the legal framework, to ensure that we have a robust legal framework moving forward. And for 3 weeks ago, we're in National Assembly for a Pali as well to ensure that we get critical inputs for the amendment of Cybercrime Act. This among a lot of things we're doing to ensure that we have a robust framework to actually facilitate efforts like this. And we're willing as much as possible to cooperate and collaborate with stakeholders across board, including American Business Council, like the way we've been doing, and we're willing to do more. On this note, on behalf of National Security Advisor, I want to commend the effort of the organizers of this event and encourage everyone to use the opportunity of the Pali to network and interact with each other in the tech environment, and also to ensure that we have a secured cyberspace. Once again, thank you very much for inviting me to this Pali, and I wish us the best of luck in this thing, and God bless. Thanks, Sarah. I'm done.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you for joining as well and sharing such insightful discussion, just giving us insights on what the cyber defense expenditure is. Thank you so much. So we will be moving to the fireside chat now, and we have two speakers available for that. That is Ms. Shurefumi Bolasaliu and Mr. Chukwudi Theodore. Ms. Shurefumi is a cybersecurity and risk analyst at Unilever Global, specializing in mergers, acquisition, divestitures, and Unilever International. Beyond her professional pursuit, Shurefumi ardently champions cybersecurity awareness and education. She volunteers her expertise with Diary of Hackers and Hacktails Limited, a renowned cybersecurity consultancy, fostering the development of cybersecurity talents and enthusiasts through comprehensive teaching, mentorship, skill-building initiatives, and collaborative networking. Moreover, as a dedicated partnership associate at BGIT, Black Girls in Tech, Shurefumi fervently works towards empowering Black women within the tech industry, underscoring our commitment to fostering diversity and inclusion. Our unwavering dedication to advancing cybersecurity future through innovative cyber resilience strategies stands as a testament to our invaluable contributions. Must I add that Mishori Fumi started out as a lawyer and graduated from the University of Lagos, but is now here with us as our fireside chat speaker. So welcome, Mishori Fumi.
Thank you very much, Sarah. It's a pleasure
Nice
to be
to
here.
have you here.
Thank you.
Yes, so our next speaker will be Mr. Chukwudi Theodore, who is no stranger to the ABC initiative and the cybersecurity project. He is a seasoned network and security solution architect, brings over 13 years of industry experience to the forefront of technology innovation. Chukwudi Theodore continues to work in collaboration with universities, private institutions, and government-owned institutions. For this reason, he has been singled out for the following accomplishments: Instructor Excellence Expert 2015, Instructor Excellence Expert 2017, Instructor First Year Service Award 2015, 2018, and 2023. Merited Program Ambassador for Cybersecurity 2019, DevNet Associate Pioneer 2020, Cisco Champion 2021, 2022, 2023, Instructor 10-Year Excellent Service 2023. His technological expertise include enterprise networks, security, wireless, and data center. He has produced customized network architectures that synchronize perfectly with the demands of the business. This is quite a lot, Mr. Chukwudi. So please welcome Mr. Chukwudi Theodore to this fireside chat.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
Here we'll be discussing just the career challenges and opportunities that are available in the cybersecurity field with these two seasoned experts that have various years of experience to their portfolio. So without wasting much time, I would dive right into the questions. We would also be welcoming questions from our online audience as well, those who are interested in the cybersecurity field, cyber enthusiasts, professionals starting out, and even now. So first question will go to Mishori Fumi. So what are the key skills, certifications, and strategies one must employ to build a successful career in cybersecurity as a beginner, a professional, or someone who wants a career transition?
Okay, thank you very much for that question. Well, I'll say the key skills, I feel like everybody who is going into a new area of career, you already do your research and you know that these are the things that I need to learn. So if you're going into cybersecurity, because there are a lot of parts in cybersecurity, you know which is what I need and what I don't need. Okay, so for going into cybersecurity, you know that you need to get your foundations right. So if your foundation is faulty, every other thing that you build on it is going to be very shaky, and at the end of the day might probably collapse. Okay, so you need to get your foundations right. And what is the foundation you need to get right? You need to know the foundations of cybersecurity. You need to know the general knowledge of cybersecurity. Okay, and there are free resources out there. I know some people say I don't have money to take cybersecurity certifications, they're so expensive. Yes, and rightly so. Cybersecurity is like a very expensive career path, but there are a lot of free certifications you can take. Thank God my boss is here, Mr. Theodore. We call him the Cisco nerd, and he's doing a lot of things in the cybersecurity community, especially with Cisco. A lot of free resources that you can learn with, even certifications. We were somewhere together last week, and I know that he made a lot of resources free for people, and that is how he does. So you cannot say, oh, because you don't have money, then you are not going to go onto this path. If you do your research well, you know what you're looking for, then you're going to find things to do. So you can take the Cisco course, the Cyber Ops Associate course, and they have vouchers for their examinations. You can also, I know that the ISC2 is also a free foundational course that you can take. Yes, so you can also do that. Yes, and then when you are done with your foundations, you now know, okay, where do I want to go to? And then you find out. So are you going for the GRC path? Are you going for the penetration test? Are you going to be in the red team or in the blue team? These are ways that you know you can find the necessary skills that you need. Also, I would say apart from that, you need to also know soft skills. Yes, it's very important in cybersecurity. So how do you network? How do you present yourself? Can you speak well? Do you know how to connect to people? These are very necessary skills that you need to have. So it's a tough thing when I find people who are coming into cybersecurity and then they are just focused on the technical aspect, forgetting that you are going to relate with people and you need these soft skills to actually thrive. So yeah, that would just be my contribution to your question.
Thank you for sharing that, Mishori, for me, because I mean there are so many opportunities out there. It's so I don't know, it's just weird for someone to just limit themselves because they feel money is an obstacle, whereas there are few opportunities like this cyber hub that we are launching today. So thank you for that. And Mr. Theodore, we'll move to your question. What do you consider the most significant challenges you have faced while building your career, and how has the threat landscape contributed to your success in overcoming them?
Okay, so I'm going to break the question into two. I'll break your question down into two. So the challenges that we face currently is awareness and access to information. And awareness in the sense that a lot of people still have the perspective that cybersecurity, getting into cybersecurity is just meant for techie people. And which is why I'm pushing the narrative I'm pushing online on different social media platforms, strongly based on Twitter, because I have more audience there, to say that cybersecurity is meant for everyone, but you just need to focus on the part that benefits you more. For those in the technical aspect of cybersecurity or want to get into the technical aspect of cybersecurity, it's more challenging for them because they have to invest a lot of time. They also have to consume a lot of resources they might not need immediately, but they might need it when they would need it when they eventually, land their first jobs or, get into internships. So at that first stage, it's very, very overwhelming, because you have to learn security concepts, you have to learn a different operating system that cybersecurity professionals take advantage of, which is Linux, the like of Linux, and Kali Linux and Ubuntu and the rest of them. So there's a lot of information to consume as a newbie in cybersecurity, vis-a-vis somebody that is just getting awareness in cybersecurity to keep himself safe. So for those who are looking at, the managerial aspect of cybersecurity or maybe GRC or things like that, they are not really technical, right? Then comparing it to opportunities, there are a lot of opportunities in cybersecurity, but the challenge we're facing in the country is businesses being able to pay the actual works of a cybersecurity professional. So a lot of them prefer getting these skills and exporting them either locally meaning that they will be in the country but be able to secure maybe a SOC analyst job, tier 1 or tier 2 analyst job in another country, and they have inflow of FX into the country, or that talent that would have been kept inside the country is now totally exported. So we as a country, or we as a nation, we have not really grown to the extent of actually keeping our cybersecurity professionals locally, maintaining them and nurturing them. But there is also what I'm going ahead of the organizations or the nation to do, which is grooming cybersecurity professionals. When I mean grooming cybersecurity professionals, I mean providing them with what is referred to as a roadmap. That roadmap might not be actually a roadmap, but is a roadmap that is tailored to what they want to be at the end of their training. So the commitment is to make sure that as cybersecurity professionals leave the country, we also have young cybersecurity professionals that are coming up to take up these advanced roles that have been empty. My senior colleagues can bear me witness that there is a high demand of cybersecurity professionals in the country or in high business concentrated areas like Abuja and Lagos, Port Harcourt, and even parts of the north. But there are less skills, there are less individuals to fit into this role. So our goal, or my personal goal, is to make sure that at least every year we have 8,000 cybersecurity professionals ready to take up advanced roles in different organizations.
Thank you very much, Mr. Theodore, for that. I think Ms. Sherifumi wants to say something.
Yes, I just wanted to add something to what my boss said. Okay, so talking about the roadmap, I think this is one of the challenges I've seen. Like I mentioned, when people are coming into cybersecurity, so a lot of people come to me and be like, I want to do cybersecurity. Okay, you are welcome. What aspect of cybersecurity? They have no idea. Cybersecurity is so wide, and you see them taking up all the information, going for all the trainings they can go for, and then they get burnt out in less than 2 months, and they're saying, I cannot do this cybersecurity, it's so hard for me. So I feel like this is a challenge that needs to be addressed. So where we have organizations that handle these trainings, they should be able to give them that roadmap, like he said, to let you know that, okay, this is what you are supposed to do. Now, these are your strengths. These are skills that you can leverage on and then add it together. Like for me now, I'm coming from the legal background. I used to work as a lawyer, and I practiced for about 5 years before transitioning into cybersecurity. And looking at that, I said, okay, what part of cybersecurity do I want to go into? I didn't start going to places where I have to code and start from ground zero. No, I leveraged my skills. I have legal background. I know things about data protection. I used to be a consultant on data retention. So what aspect of cybersecurity can I go into that can leverage my already known skills that I know how to use very well? And I decided to go into the GRC, governance risk compliance. And people see me and be like, oh my God, you're moving so fast in cybersecurity. And I'm like, I just decided to use my advantage to make myself move faster. So this is a challenge that I feel like every training organization should help people coming into cybersecurity to look into. And then also another challenge would be having people find where they can put in the trainings they have learned and put it into life scenarios, so real life experiences. Now you see companies, they don't want to hire people who are newbies. They need you to have a level of experience. But then you see people go for a lot of trainings, and then there's no opportunity for you to practice what you have learned. So I feel like this is one of the challenges that we can address and make sure that, okay, even with the trainings, you give them sort of an internship opportunity. It doesn't have to be paid, but they know that at the end of that internship, they have it on their CV to know that they put in this work, and then they have the experience to go into real jobs. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherifumi, for highlighting those challenges. And I would say that it perfectly aligns with the goals and objectives of the ABC Cyber Hub, because we are looking at mentorship opportunities from Cisco and looking at internship opportunities even after the 12-month program. So it is something that perfectly fits into these challenges, solving these challenges and being proactive. So thank you so much for those thoughts. Also, the next question would be to you, and that would be, how do you stay updated on the latest security trends, skills, and community engagements in this field?
Okay,
That
so
question,
okay.
that question is for Mr. Theodore. Sorry.
Okay, it's actually challenging, but I mean it's straightforward. the more you know, the more you earn. It's a personal goal to at least take 3 cybersecurity certifications every year. And what I simply do is, I make sure I read up on blogs. I make sure I look out for certification updates to just validate if, what I did last year or last 2 years is still what is in vogue. I mean, it's not going to be, but it's just to do a top up of what I already know. And it's actually getting very crazy now because the evolution of AI in modern attacks is critical for every cybersecurity professional to keep himself updated. I mean, gone are the days when our attacks are limited to SQL, email phishing, DDoS. Now, our attacks are more sophisticated in even AI identity theft. So someone could just clone, do an advanced clone of your information and pictures and commit some kind of fraud with it. So you have to keep yourself updated by reading recent information from the equipment manufacturers, which are referred to as OEMs, and also make sure I update my personal curriculum and my shelf in terms of buying cybersecurity courses and books. There is one other one I want to also portray on, which is I also leverage on LinkedIn Learning just to see updated courses on cybersecurity. Also, I attend forums and events, and in these events, you have the opportunity, to collaborate firsthand with industry experts. I mean, industry experts with over 25 years of experience. Just a couple of months back, I did a presentation to the insurance companies, the CISOs for insurance companies. It was a CISOs conference. And I was happy I was in that conference because I met a cybersecurity professional, I've been looking forward to meeting for years. So, the takeout from this question is, make sure that you take advantage of the latest industry certifications and make sure you update your library in terms of cybersecurity materials and attend conferences and events to network and speak so that you could also receive feedbacks on the cybersecurity trends as well. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Theodore. So these engagements and these stories that we have to keep frequent, what's the frequency like?
Sarah, come again. Was that a question for me?
Yes, it was a question for you. You spoke about so much resources and materials that we can leverage as cyber enthusiasts. So I'm asking that how frequent do you engage these resources? How frequent do you go for these conferences? How frequently do you check OEMs manuals or the latest update on news or blogs?
So there's what referred to as newsletters. Sometimes when you sign up for these webinars, you are requested to, maybe drop your email or subscribe to a newsletter. I have a lot of newsletters that I've subscribed to, and they send what is referred to as monthly newsletters. So these monthly newsletters contain a lot of information on, cybersecurity trends and trends in technology in general, and they keep me updated as well.
Okay, thank you very much for that. The next question will be to Ms. Shorifumi, and it is on what ethical considerations do you have to handle as related to privacy and data protection, and how do you educate non-technical stakeholders on creating a culture of cybersecurity awareness and responsibility?
Okay. So for ethical considerations, I would say things like transparency. So when you are collecting your data subjects data, you're collecting information about them. Okay, so let's say you want to fill in a form and then they ask you, okay, what's your name, your address, what's your religion, and all of that. So information is grouped into different aspects. There's personal information, and then there's sensitive information. So the NDPA requires that you only take information that is useful to you alone. So it is just a common rule, a rule of thumb, that you should take the least information that you need, as long as it's relevant to what you want to do. There is no need for you to take extra. So now you need to be transparent to the data subject that, okay, I'm collecting this information from you, and this is what I'm using it to do. So you don't keep them in the dark, because you go to some sites, you go to some places, and you don't even know that they are collecting information about you. There's even a different story about cookies and all of that, which is useful, but sometimes there's this borderline on how it infringes on a data's right to privacy. But then, so you need to be transparent and let people know that this is the information you are collecting and why you are collecting them. Also, people's right to privacy. If they say, I want to unsubscribe from your newsletter, you need to keep it somewhere to give them the option. I know that I don't even know when I subscribed for a particular newsletter. And my God, for the days of me, I was looking for the unsubscribe button and I could not find it. And I'm like, how did this happen? What is going on? And they kept spamming my inbox. So it was so obvious that they knew what they were doing by not putting that unsubscription button. I was like, how do I unsubscribe from this? But at the end of the day, I just reported it as spam, as junk, so that I don't get mails from them again. That is very wrong. You are going to be liable for infringing the privacy of people. So you should learn to respect people's wishes, respect people's rights. Don't make your subscription unsubscribe button as small as someone who needs glasses like me to be able to see it. The same way you made subscribe very big, make unsubscribe too as big as that. People that are your audience will always still come to your audience. It will always still come to you. You are not for everybody. You are not jollof rice. Everybody cannot like you. In fact, everybody doesn't even like jollof rice. So yes, respect people's privacy. Also, how to make non-stakeholders to be a part of this. In my day-to-day work, having to deal with working with a company that acquires a lot of companies, you see that cybersecurity runs smoothly when the leadership is a part of it, when they understand that cybersecurity is really important. So if leadership does not understand the whole jazz of what we are doing, you see that cybersecurity is not even the project is not even going to move on well. So leadership has to be a part of it. So when they were rolling out projects and trainings, nobody is above cybersecurity phishing simulations. Everybody must be a part of it, because when leadership is a part of it, every other person will follow, saying that, okay, yes, this is actually important. So I would say leadership should be a part of it. They should see it as something important and be a part of it. Also, security awareness and trainings. I cannot say it. They say that humans are the weakest link. No matter the tools you put, if you use all the top gadgets and all the top tools, it takes one person to click a link and everything is destroyed. Okay, so you need to be very, very intentional about security awareness and trainings. Roll out these trainings, conduct phishing simulations, let them know that this is what you should do, and there should be policies. So I know we have read this thing about you explain tire, no evidence, right? The policy is the evidence. It's the document that says you must follow this, you must go through with this, and anybody that comes into the company must adhere to these policies. If not, you'll be liable for disciplinary actions. So these are the things I would say can bring stakeholders into security awareness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sherry, for me. I can completely relate with the whole data infringement thing and the unsubscribe button and everything. So thank you so much for your insights shared. I would say we can conclude the fireside chat now and then have questions and answers from the audience. But before then, as we are not, we will not be able to have Ms. Khadija join us. Dr. Bala Fakondo will answer one question. Welcome again, sir. Dr.
Yeah,
Bala.
thank you. Yeah, thank you, Sarah.
So the question goes thus. What role does collaboration and information sharing play in effectively combating cyber threats? How do you ensure compliance while maintaining a proactive security posture? Sir. Would you like me to take the question again? Dr. Bala.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you now, sir.
Yeah, sorry, I lost you. Can you repeat the question again? Sorry about that.
Okay, so I said, what role does collaboration and information sharing play in effectively combating cyber threats? And how do you ensure compliance while maintaining a proactive security posture?
Collaboration is actually very vital when you come to issues of cybersecurity, cybercrime, cyber threats, and vulnerabilities and all that. Because cybersecurity, to achieve the desired objective of cybersecurity, is you have to actually adopt the whole of society approach or the whole of government approach, and then whole of stakeholder approach. I mean, you can't know it all. One. Secondly, cyber threat actually does not have boundary. There's for cybersecurity, the cyberspace is boundaryless. It cuts across from it can happen for you from anywhere. So collaboration at both the local level and international level is very, very important. Now, for information sharing, let me just give a typical example. For the SAT ecosystem we have some sectoral SAT established already. Now we get information from the national SAT. We share with the sectoral SAT. We give them advice that is related to them for them to protect their infrastructure. Sometimes we get information on cyber attacks and vulnerabilities on certain jurisdiction that we now share with them. Now it is a proactive way of actually providing this infrastructure, providing this resilience of their infrastructure against cyber attack that hasn't even come in the first place. So that is the essence of information sharing and collaboration. If you don't collaborate, to be honest, you understand, you can't stand the law, especially in this cyber ecosystem and the business as well. So, and digital platforms, in this era actually strive on businesses strive on and how best you can utilize digital platforms to progress your business and get profit and all that. So basically, now for an issue of compliance, what we try to do to ensure compliance across board. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Yes. For issue of compliance, what we try to do as coordinating agency to ensure compliance across board is to ensure that we use the regulating agencies to ensure that every stakeholder is actually adheres to whatever framework we have on ground. For instance, let me give example for the banking sector. We must use CBN to ensure that whatever we are sending across board that is mandatory for them actually cascades down to the banks to make sure they adhere to all regulations, all the guidelines and all that, because they have regulatory mandates. They have the mandate to actually oversee the activities of these private organizations. And if you understand that private organizations are the ones that have this digital infrastructure themselves. So what we do is to ensure compliance across board. We use the regulating agency, for instance, NCC for the telecommunication sector, CBN for the banking sector, because they have the oversight mandate and have the mandate to actually ensure that whatever we're passing around is in line with the legal provisions, across board, basically. So that is how we ensure compliance on cybersecurity as the coordinating agency. Similarly, is what we do with the sectoral side as well. So once we give everything across, they know how to cascade it down to their constituent, basically.
Thank you very much, Sam, for that insight to collaborate and share information as a vital part of combating cyber threats. Thank you so much.
If you have another question, I can answer briefly before I go. I don't mind. Take your questions back, Sarah.
Okay, there's one more question. How
Yes,
important
please.
was leveraging internships, mentorship opportunities, and online continuing education contribute to the future of technology in Africa? And what successful strategies can be used to attain career growth and success using this opportunity?
Yeah, mentorship is very, very key, to be honest. These are things we've actually, the culture of mentorship has gone down the drain for, in recent times. But it's a very, very vital tool in actually ensuring that we generate future, in terms of, getting the right capacity and skills and all that. Now, internship. Yes, very, very important. One of the critical things that we actually encourage is when you monitor or when you learn from those that actually having experience on the job is very. There is nothing like getting experience on the job, like especially when it comes to technical skills like cybersecurity or IT. So it's very important. One of the things that you take away, if you have, the more internship you have, the more the capacity you have across board in terms of developing yourself. If you have, I think somebody mentioned earlier that it is better to get people. I think I don't know, one of your partners said it earlier, if I can remember, that they actually harness and get the potential, manpower before they even go to university, which is very, very important. So once you get them and you nurture them through the university career, through their university studies and all that, you tend to actually chunk out, a high profile skilled manpower that is actually going to be very, very vital to the system, to the nation and all that. Now, for issue of mentorship, one of the defects of especially the public sector these days is, the ability for those that have the capacity to bring up people to replace them. So because of lack of this patriotic aspect of mentorship, it creates gap and it creates capacity, it reduces the capacity, especially for the public sector. For private sector, I think there are frameworks on ground to ensure that, these things goes across board and all that. But for public sector, it's a huge challenge for us. So one of the things we can do, which we're trying to do as well, is to develop that framework to ensure that, okay, at every stage of public sector career, you have, especially in promotion exams and all that, to make sure, there are certain aspects of your professional career that you must understand before you move forward. And this can be applied in cybersecurity as well, to be honest. So that's my take on that.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Sarah.
It just stresses the importance of having to know what you're doing and doing it well. And thank you so much for that.
Thanks, Sarah. Yeah.
Yes, sir. So now we are into the question and answer section for the audience, and this applies to any speaker that is open. You can just signify by raising your hands if you want to take the question. So we have one that says, how does the Cyber Hub launch have an impact in reducing the rate of fraudulent practices online and hackers?
Yeah, so sir, let me take that. That would be very tricky question. But first of all, the hub will be equipped with um, a lot of digital materials or a lot of digital resources that would help the participants, stay ahead of these threat actors. But another second phase of it is the organizations implementing recommendations from cybersecurity professionals, because these threat actors are not targeting um, resources where they cannot um, make gain from. Is it a personal gain or financial gain, or maybe for an activity or whatever it is? So it all boils down to organizations implementing recommendations from cybersecurity professionals that have been trained and that have also taken advantage of these resources that will be providing to keep themselves updated. So there's the education part of it, which is the awareness part of it, and there's also the implementation part of it, which is organizations going ahead with recommendations from cybersecurity professionals.
Okay, thank you so much for that answer, Mr. Chukudi. We move on to the next question. It says, I'm in the forensic department of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and cyber digital security happens to be one of our socialization areas. How can the university be a part of this program? So I think this question goes to our organizing partners. Ms. Adironke, Ms. Margaret.
I'm sure Mr. Adironke should take this. If not, I would be happy to. Can Mr. Adironke take that question so that I don't keep talking a lot? Okay, it looks like she's muted. So just kind of run that question through again in terms of the total number. Go ahead.
Okay, so the question goes, I'm in the forensic science department of Nnamdi Azikiwe University, and cyber digital security happens to be one of our socialization areas. How can the university be a part of this program?
Okay, so it means like it's already creating the anticipation we want. So like we noted, we were going to reach out to other universities as well. But in the interim, it can join this program if he really wants to start quickly. And then obviously it means that we perhaps maybe reaching out to University of Nigeria Nsukka very soon. But that's what it means. Like we said at the beginning, we plan to have other institutions join us. And this is just a test run of what we're going to be running a certification project for the next 12 months. And then we're hoping to move forward. So within the course of the 12 months, we're hoping to kind of bring other institutions as well on board. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, ma'am, for that answer. I'm sure his question is answered. I have one more question that says, is this program limited to undergraduates only?
Sarah, did you ask a question?
Yes, I did. I said, is this program limited to undergraduates only?
Oh, no, certainly. I mean, I think we've been saying this over and over again, that it's not a 4-year, like Dr. Odumuyiwa said, it's not a 4-year program. It's not a program that is tied to it's a program to help build talents. At the end of the day, you get the relevant skill set that can help close up the gaps that we're seeing, and becomes an opportunity. So it's not only for undergraduates, it is for people who have graduated, people who are able to tap and understand, how this goes. So just to stress, but we're running with the platforms of institutions because they are structured. We're able to get the mass, that we need to get this project going. Okay, over to you, Sarah.
Thank you very much for that answer. And this concludes the question and answer session. So thank you all for joining this ABC Cyber Hub launch and Media Rally. We are very excited for this project and we can't wait to kickstart. Thank you so much. And Mr. Abimbola Uweye, the country manager of Dell, will be taking the closing remarks. So, Mr. Abimbola.
Thank you so much, Sarah. It's a great privilege and honor to be here this afternoon. Thanks to ABC for putting this together and the sponsor organizers. I listened through and I just wonder where we take it from here, because this is very, very important aspect of our livelihood going forward. When you look at the word cyber, it's the reality that we have all woken up into, and an important aspect of life that we can no longer do without. Businesses cannot effectively compete without leveraging IT and technology. Not only leveraging IT, but keep innovating. But as we keep innovating for good purposes, also comes the people who are innovating to either defraud or indulge in theft, identity theft, data theft, which brings us to the need for cybersecurity. One of the most important things that we must all be aware of, every user needs to be aware of, is the importance of their identity in the cyber space. Not only your identity, but also your data, because that's going to be more important than any other thing, because it becomes your bigger asset. Not just as individual, but as businesses, as organizations. And you can't even imagine the extent this will get to. Recently, about 3 months back, Nigeria was grossly attacked by DDoS. People who also, I think the same group that attacked Kenya. And if not for the resilience that was already built, a lot of businesses would have been shut down by that attack, which just tells us how important this is to our livelihood, to our nation as a country, and to the continent of the global space. I can't thank ABC enough. I can't thank the participant enough. But when I look at the audience, I would particularly have expected that we have thousands of people here because of the importance. But they said the treasure is kept for the few. If you look also in the competitive landscape in terms of resourcing, cybersecurity is one of the high earning profile in a global space. So to the young ones and to the upcoming, take it seriously. This is worth your while. To businesses, you can't survive without this. And to individuals, don't be a victim. Thank you. Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you so much. And this concludes the ABC Cyber Hub launch and media pally. On the screen, we have the cybersecurity training modules for the upcoming cohort. So thank you so much once again. Thank you to our speakers. Thank you to our partners and sponsors. Thank you to our audience for the questions and the conversation. Have a very, very blessed rest of the day. Thank you.